Good morning. Time for another jam. Today I'm going to be streaming Gaming 6, 6-hour game jam. Probably do it in 2 streams, probably roughly 3 hours each. This is the first one. The theme for the jam is the game's got to have some mechanic to do with time. So I've got an idea for a game. So let's get started. So I've got a timer. Let's set that going. Right, 6 hours we've got. So I've set up a basic project just in Git and stuff, but I've done nothing in it apart from change the icon for it. So we are starting totally from scratch. So there's this Godot project. First of all, we'll make some art assets. I've decided it's just going to be primitive shapes, this. So let's make a start. So the player, they're going to be 16 pixels. I've chosen a colour palette as well. I'm going with map 36, which is this palette. I always like to choose a palette. I've never used this one before, but I'm planning on making the game just using sort of primitive shapes really, so that there's not any need for doing any fancy art. So we'll make the player green. Let's make an assets folder. So that'll do for the player. Right. The enemies, I'm going to have 4 different enemies. Again, all they're going to be is squares. They're going to get bigger the harder they are, so we'll have a 12 by 12 enemy. Where's my palette gone? So that's enemy 1. Flood fillet. 16 by 16. Enemy 2. Make that 20 by 20. That's enemy 3. And make that 24 by 24. And that can be enemy 4. Right, we're going to need a bullet for the player, so we will make that smaller down to 4 by 4. And we'll make it that slightly lighter colour. Play a bullet. Right, what we'll make is a very simple tile sheet. Not sure exactly what I'm going to need in it, but make it 128 by 128, gives me plenty of room for I think I'll go for that sort of colour for the levels. It might be that I only need one square for the sort of design I've got, but right, let's set the project up first. So where's the display? We'll make it 640 by 360. We'll run it at 128720 when we're testing. Landscape. Just remembering where all the different settings are that I need to set up. Mode, 2D. Right, I think that's everything set up in the project settings. We'll now add the controls in. The player's just going to be able to move left, right, jump, and fire. So left we can use A, left we can use the arrow key. Moving right, we'll use the D key. Or the right arrow key. Jump, we'll use the spacebar for now. And fire, we will use control. Right, we'll use Z for jump. And X to fire. So I've got move left, move right, jump, fire all set up. We'll add the export option in, which means that I can test the game just by clicking that and it'll play it in a browser. Right, so let's make the level. The game's just going to have one level We've only got 6 hours, so if I can get one level working, that'll be a win. That will have a script, not sure exactly what it's going to do at the minute. Right, the level's going to have a tile map. The cells are 16 by 16. Let's try and keep organised. I'll import all the assets at the same time. So I'll set the folder structure up for everything. So we've got the enemies and an asset folder, player, assets. Well, let's copy those amazing pieces of art that I've already made over. Right, that should all be all the assets imported. Just make sure that they're all right. Back to the tile maps. So at the minute we've only got the so at the minute it's just the one tile. Change that to 16 by 16. Give it a collision shape. I'm going to set it so that you can jump through, which means ticking that. What we'll do, we'll add a background colour to that tile map. I think I'm going to go with that for the background colour. It's the first time I've ever done a game jam in such a short period of time using Godot. So we'll see how this goes as to how much I actually managed to get done. New tile, that one. Doesn't need a collision shape on that because that's purely going to be for the background. So let's get a platform into this game for now, so we can at least start playing around with the physics of the player. So let's make the player. It's going to be a kinematic body 2D. Call it player. Let's give it a collision shape. We'll make that a rectangle. And we need a sprite to visualize this amazing character that I've drawn. So let's drag the player sprite in. Right, give the player a script. Right, so let's get rid of all that. Right, what variables we're going to need? We're going to need a run speed for it. Which will be a number, an int. We'll give that something like 200 until we check in the game. We'll need a jump speed to control the power of the jump. We'll go with, that'll be negative because the player jumps negative in the y-axis. And we'll also need a value for gravity because we'll be using kinematic body, we'll be applying our own gravity. Maybe 1200. Play with those figures once we... Right, we'll also need vector 2 to keep check on the velocity. Right, then what we'll do, we'll have a function for getting the input. Inpout, no input. It's not going to return anything. Pass there for now. And that'll be called in the physics process. And after we've got the input, what we'll want to do is add the gravity to velocity. Right, so in here we'll set velocity x to 0 to begin with. Now we'll get the input of the left and right to set the velocity x, which is input. Get axis. Move left. And then times that by the run speed. Right, let's have a check that that's... Right, that won't be working yet because I need to add the move and slide in. So, velocity... velocity, move and slide, that takes in the velocity and the vector for the floor direction. Which is vector 2, 0, -1. Right, let's add a copy of the player in here. And let's give that a try. Right, so we've got the player moving left and right. Gravity's working because it fell when we started playing. Next we'll add in the ability for the player to jump. So in get input, and is action just pressed, jump, and then if jump, and we also need to check if they're on the floor because I'm not going to have double jumps in this. So if jump and is on floor, velocity y equals jump speed. Did I call it? Yep, jump speed. What's wrong there? Oh, yep, I've indented that for some reason. So we've got the player moving left and right, jumping. So the idea of the game, I'll explain it now. I've got something slightly visual. you, the player, you'll be able to fire a bullet as well, and enemies will drop from the top of the screen, and there'll be various platforms. The enemies will just work their way down. They'll then fall through the bottom if you've not shot them, and then they'll come back at the top, but they'll be slightly more powerful. Hence the reason why I've got 4 different enemies. So there'll be 4 sort of cycles to this enemy powering up. The theme for the jam's time, so this is where the time sort of instance of the game comes in. You'll have a start off probably with 60 seconds. Every time you fire a bullet, 1 second will be knocked off that 60 seconds, as well as just a normal countdown. If you kill an enemy, you'll get so many seconds added back, and you'll get more depending on which level of enemy it is. So allowing the enemies to get stronger will be beneficial, but obviously the screen's going to be a lot more full of enemies. And also, if you get hit by an enemy, then that will deduct a chunk of time off you as well, and it'll just be a case of getting as high a score as you can. Right. What should we work on next? Right, I think what I'll do, I always leave it till the end, but I'm going to make a menu and pressing a button to start the game, and probably might even just get a countdown added in. So it'll be a 2D scene. I think what I'm going to do for the menu is just have an image, and then I can just edit the image a bit later when I think of an actual title for this game. So nearly half an hour gone, not making too bad of progress. Right, let's get a sprite opened again and just throw together a quick, simple menu screen. What size did it make it? 640 by 360. Let's find a pixel font that I like. Maybe that one. Right, that'll do for a menu. Drag that into the sprite. Don't want it centered. Right, so what we need to do is get a reference to the level scene from the menu. So that one. We don't need the ready function. Use process. We'll be using delta, so we'll underscore that to get rid of the error. And then if input, what we'll do is add an input map for. This action just press, play game. And we'll get tree. And then change scene to. And that'll be to the level scene that we saved in the variable. Set that as our first scene now instead of the level. Touchwood, as electric seems to be doing alright. It was flickering on and off before the stream because the weather's quite bad here today. So I was worried that I might disappear at some point, but touchwood, so far so good. Right, so let's just check that's working. On there, yep. If nothing else, we've got a functioning menu. So the player can move. Should I work on the bullet next, or should I work on adding some enemies in? Tell you what I want to be able to do is the player to wrap around the screen, so we will add that in first. So if global position's less than 0, what we want to do is set the global position .x is less than 0. We want to set global position x to 640. I think that should work. So when I go off the left of the screen, we should then come back on the right. Yep. So if global position is greater than 640, then we'll set the position to 0. Global position X. Okay, we'll throw that into a function just to keep the physics process neat and tidy. Let's check that that works going the other way as well. Off to the left back, off to the right back. Right, let's roughly design this level. Right, so that hole there is central. And let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Try to make it keep it symmetrical. Give that a try. Could actually do with those being slightly lower. I'm going to increase the jump speed of the player slightly. I like the extra power, but I'll try and make it a little bit more snappy without increasing the gravity. I think what I might have as well, just to increase the time as an extra thing to make you need to move about the level, is maybe random clocks spawning. That if you collect them, will give you a bonus 5-10 seconds or something like that. Let's make a note of that before I forget that idea. Right. Let's create the ability for the player to fire. So we'll make a scene for the player bullet. Just needs to be an area 2D because all it's going to do is detect collisions and just move left or right. Give it a collision shape. Rectangle will be fine again. Give it a sprite. Drag the player bullet sprite into it. Right, so the bullet scene. Have a think about what this needs to do. It just really needs to go left or right. And could do we probably set in that direction when the bullets spawned. Right. So we're going to need velocity. Which will be a vector 2. We're going to need the direction, which I will store just as a float, and then we'll have either that as positive or negative. What direction? That's float. Then in the ready function, what we'll do is set the direction, the velocity, depending what direction's being passed in, because it'll never change. So I'm using -1 and +1 because the way I'll set this is I'll flip the scale of the sprite when you're going left and right, as if I know it's a square and it's not going to look different, but at least then we'll have a value of 1 or -1 to pass in, and then we can set the bullet direction based on that. Velocity equals vector 2 it's not going to move anywhere on wait a minute, it is going to move on the X, it's not going to move on the Y. that'll be minus, because that'll mean it's going left. And then in physics process, all we need to do is then set the bullet's position and that's just going to be to plus equals velocity times delta. Let's just drop a bullet into this scene and just check that it's moving correctly. So yeah, the bullet's moving. It's not very fast. It's going to need to be a lot quicker than that. Right, so next we need to think about how we're going to create this. So in the player script, I think what I'm going to do, I normally store my signals in a sort of central signal manager, so I think that's what I'm going to do again. So let's create a folder to keep the singletons in. New script, just inherit from node. I shall rename that to Signal Manager. And while I'm at it, I'll just set one up as a game manager as well. And in the project settings, we'll set those to auto load. Get rid of that lot. "50 minutes gone, making pretty good progress. I think I'm on track to get a game done in 6 hours. Right, let me just have a quick check how I set these signals up. So we will have a signal spawn player bullet. And that will need to take in a pack scene, that'll be the bullet. The location on the screen to spawn it, and the direction. Now let's create a constant so we don't get any spelling mistakes in when we're using this signal. Call that spawn player bullet, and that'll be a string. And that'll be equal to that. Right, so that is the signal setup. Right, now back to the player script. Let's add we'll call a function called fire bullet. So let's create that. Right, we need to store a reference to the bullet scene. So that'll be a packed scene. And that'll equal bullet scene. So if input is action just pressed fire, what we need to do then is emit that signal we created. And we need to pass the... Right, what we'll do, we'll add a... I'm going to be flipping this sprite, so we'll add a position 2D as the point where we're going to spawn the bullet. we need to keep track of the direction, so we'll call a little function that just sets the sprite scale depending on whether we're going left or right. If I update this game later, it might not have the squares, it might have sprites that do actually look different in each direction, so it makes sense to flip this right. So velocity x is less than 0. The sprite dot scale is going to equal -1. Else if we stop still, I don't want it to do anything, so we'll just give it the two options of being less than 0, meaning it's moving left, or greater than 0, meaning it's moving right. Then we'll pass this sprite scale into this signal. Right, now in the level, what I'll do is just add a node 2D, and this can be the bullet spawner. What we'll do, we'll attach a script to this, and then any bullets that spawned will be just children of this. So it needs a ready function, this one, to connect to the signal. Signal manager dot connect. And then we want it to call a function on itself, and we'll call that on spawn player bullet.
Can't see it starting over.
missing there. Why is that ever? Self. Spawn player bullet. Oh. Needs to be in speech marks. That needs to be a capital D. Right, now on the bullet we add bullet direction. So next on this bullet, we will set that to be the direction that's got passed in, which we know has either got to be a 1 or a -1, and then we're checking that in the bullet scene to work out the direction. And then we'll add child, which will be the bullet. And we'll set its position to equal the location that we've just had passed in. Get rid of that out of there because we don't need that in that scene. How did I do everything? Valid set index scale on base sprite with value of type int. Right, why is it not liking that? Oh, wait a minute. That's sprite.scales of x2, it's only the x direction I'm wanting to set. Oh, over an hour gone. Just under 5 to go. Right. What have I not set up correctly? Did I even set it up in the player script to actually fire this bullet? Sig manager, it's in the player pawn bullet. Right, so we're doing that. Well, let's see if it gets to that point or if it's broke before there. What key did he even set for it? Just check I'm actually pressing the correct button. Yeah, X. Does that bit work? Right, yep, so that bit's working. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not actually passing the bullet through. Nope, still not working. Why is that signal not working? Right, I'm just going to grab a drink and then I shall be back. So I'll just pause the timer.
just the way I can't keep you honest like you're coming clean. It's just the way you seem to be addicted to leaving me. It's just the way now that I can't sleep at night. Now that you're gone, it's just the way you don't know which direction I was coming from. It's just the way I can't seem to tell apart all of your rights from wrongs. It's just the way now that I know that you're lonely. I know you love me. Lie to silence. Lie to silence. Convince yourself you think you're better now. Try to pretend again. You know, I know, now you will put on a good show, but I don't know why you ever care. You can't stop yourself from coming over. It's just the way I know you have two devils on both of your shoulders. It's just the way now that I know that you're lonely. I know you love me. Lie to the silence. Lie to the silence. Convince yourself you think you're better now. Try to pretend again. You know, I know, now you will put on a good show, but I don't know why. 'Cause we know better. Where's the place that we miss again? I know, you're doing just fine. Hey, I keep regrets. The cost is too high.
Right, we'll try restarting it, see if that makes any difference to why this bullet isn't working. Nope, it's not working. Oh, is it because I'm passing a vector 2 and it's expecting? Yes. What I was doing, I was passing a vector 2, it was expecting a float and good. I can carry on with the game now. So the player scene. Didn't waste too much time with that though, so all's good. Right, that bullet needs to be quicker because that's painfully slow. If the player can outrun the bullet, that's not good. What speed does the player go at? The player runs at 300, at 200, so we'll up the bullet to 300. Right, what shall I work on next? I'm still not 100% happy with the layout at that level, so I think I may just have a quick look at where's the level? So that is for let's just fill in those. Right, we shall stick with that for now. And now we're in 20 minutes gone. This time is starting to go quickly. Let's work out what to work on next. I think what I may work on, it's not mega important, but I think I've got time to do all this, so we will make a countdown timer. So canvas layer, is it? Yep. And what I want this to do is, when the game's paused, I still want this to work, so we will set the pause mode to process on that. That can be the level start countdown layer. What we want to do as soon as the level starts, I want to pause the game, and we will have that countdown layer do its countdown and then unpause the game. So it's get tree paused and set that to true. So that should now mean that when we start the game we can't actually move anywhere. Yeah, everything's paused. So what we will add is a timer. That will be auto start one shot for a second. We will give this layer a script. Don't think we're going to need the on ready. We'll set up the timeout on that to connect to that script. wondering if I, instead of using the script, if I could do most of this in the animation player. I've not done a countdown timer in Godot before, so I'm just trying to figure it out. So what I'm thinking is, if I do 3, 2, 1 as a sprite sheet, and then when it gets to the end of the animation, disconnect that. We don't need that. We're not going to need this timer. We'll do it all in an animation player. Add child. Right, let's get a sprite open again. Right, let's save that. And let's add a slight bit of background to it all. Make quite a big number in the middle, so we'll go with say 64, and we'll start with a 3. Make that a little bit bigger. 96, 3, yep, that'll do. Why have I put a 3 in there again? Three, two, one. Right, let's export that as a sprite sheet. It's not the most economic way of doing it. Should probably have the number separate and just have a separate overlay, but in fact I'm going to do that in case I end up doing any effects for the numbers. we'll have a countdown background. Let's reduce the size of this. Canvas size.
This is for you and all the things that we've been through. I know you're wrong about the last time that we ever spoke aloud. Don't let your own advice, don't let them hold you always.
So that's a 2.
You're right, that's why you run away.
Now I'll create that sprite sheet for that. Right, let's get those added into Godot. Just organise this a bit better. What am I doing? My mind's gone blank. Right, assets. Let's import those two countdown assets that I've just created. So in there we're going to have the countdown background. Then we'll add another sprite. And that can be the actual countdown. And drag the texture into that. It's got 3 horizontal frames. Set that to be in the middle of the screen. 180. I'm going to make that background ever so slightly darker. Would have been easier flood filling it with blank, but let's see what that looks like. Probably get away with it still being a little bit darker. Right, let's animate this sprite. So, new animation, countdown. And let's get the first frame. So it's going to be 3 seconds long, this animation. After 1 second, we will change the frame to 2. After 2 seconds, we will change frame to that. We'll add a method track. We'll call it countdown finish. Let me work out what I'm doing here. Can you make a canvas layer visible or an invisible? That's the question. Surely you can. I can't see. We'll just make the background and the countdown sprites invisible instead. What we'll do on start, we'll make sure that they're both visible. Need to actually play the animation. See if that works. 3, 2, 1. So what we now need to do is in the animation player call these functions. So we'll insert a key there. On countdown finish it'll call that. At the beginning we'll insert a key to call on countdown start. Right, so we're still paused, so we now need to unpause. Is that even a word? We'll go with it. Can I add another key? Right, now I'll need to add it as another method track connected to the level. So hopefully that should count down and then unpause. Yeah, perfect. So we can fire, we can move about, the player wraps. What doesn't wrap though is the bullets, and I want those to wrap around the screen a bit as well. And I also need to destroy the bullets after a certain amount of time as well. So let's go to the player script. And we'll copy this screen wrap function. So that should wrap the bullets. They will keep going on forever and ever. So next we need to sort out getting them to die after a set amount of time. So we'll add a timer to the bullet scene. We'll set it to be one shot, auto start, and maybe 3/4 of a second. Call it bullet destroy timer. Connect the timeout on that to the bullet. And when that time's out, we'll just literally queue free it and destroy it. So the bullet should now, after 3/4 of a second, destroy. probably about the right length of time. Right, what do I need to do next? I suppose it's enemies. They're going to be very similar to a bullet apart from being a kinematic body 2D. Once they spawn at the top of the screen, they'll just either go right or left, so it'll come down there, go there, there, or I may add some randomization where there's certain triggers that'll maybe change the direction. Or I might add in them being able to jump, but we shall work that out as we go along. So let's make an enemy. It's going to be a kinematic body 2D. It's going to need a collision shape. Again, a square will be perfectly fine for this. We'll add a sprite.
Take your words back home. But back way nice and slow. Feel the ebb and flow. Please get sucked out to sea.
Right, I've got 4 enemies,
Where you are. 'Cause you know it take these things
and they're going to change to be in different levels.
back and forth.
When they've gone off the bottom of the screen and appear, they'll go up a level and change what they look like. So I think I'm going to create a sprite sheet and just keep the same objects and just change the frame depending on which level they are, because the animations I'm planning on doing this are just going to be making the enemies sort of bounce and the player bounce slightly as opposed to actually doing any proper animation. Ooh, 1 hour 45 in. I'm hoping that by about 4 hours I've got the basic game made, and then I can just add some sound effects, sort of a few visual effects in the last couple of hours. But we shall see where we get to. What was I doing? Enemies. So yeah, at the minute I've set up 4 different enemies. What I'm going to do is change those into a sprite sheet. Although they're all going to have different... I just need to work out the best way of doing this, because they're all going to have different size hitboxes, because they're all slightly larger. I'm sure I can probably change the size of the collision shape in code. Let's have a look. Don't want to mess about with its scale. Wondering whether it's better to just have, as I was originally going to do, have 4 separate ones, and when it goes off the bottom of the screen just spawn the new one at the top. Yeah, we'll go with that solution. I'm not convinced it's the best one, but I haven't got time to think it through too much.
Take your words back home. Back way nice and slow. Feel the ebb and flow. Please get sucked out to sea.
Let's give that a script.
Don't you wait to come back. 'Cause that may be the last thing.
Inheritance would probably be better as well, creating a class, but I'll just cut and paste. Right, so it's going to need some similar things to the players. We're going to need at least 3 of those things, so we'll copy those in. We're not going to need jump speed because I don't think we're going to have it jumping, but we'll need gravity, a run speed for it will make it slightly slower than the player. We're going to need health for it so it can take damage. And a level 1 enemy, 1 hit will kill it. If anybody listening wants a rundown of exactly what the game's is going to be and what the jam's about, just speak up and I'll happily go through anything. So we need to add gravity. We'll use move and slide. So velocity X is going to equal run speed times direction, which the direction I'll randomly set when the enemy's created. And again, we'll just use a float. Direction. For now, we'll just set it to 1. So setting the gravity, we're setting the velocity, and we're moving it. So I think if I pop an enemy in the scene, it may work. Be good if it worked, but there's always the chance that I've done something completely wrong. Right, it's not screen wrapping, so that's one thing we need to add to the enemy. A bit like the player and the bullets, they need to wrap around the screen. So after we've moved it, we'll call screen wrap. Right. Let's set up some physics layers. Player, enemies, and level structure. So the player is on the player layer, and we want that to collide with level structure. Tend to get a bit confused with the layers. We'll add one. And enemy collision detection. Now what we'll do, we'll add an area 2D. We'll call that player detector. And we'll put that on that layer. That will detect the player. Player we'll pop to detect collisions with that layer. So I think the player should now be able to go straight through the enemy, but we will be able to hook up collisions. Nope, that's not working how I intended it. Actually, the kinematic body only needs to detect the actual level, because that's all that's interacting with. The player detector, that's that. The player is on the player layer and detects the structure and that, but not the enemies. Where did my enemy go? Ah, wait a minute. I need to add level. Yep, so that's going straight through there. Now, in the player script, we need to... What I want to happen is when the enemy hits the player, I want them to take damage and then just flash slightly. So I need to be able to, once they've taken the damage, have a couple of seconds where they can't take damage again. So in ready, we'll just set that to false. To true, sorry, that they can take damage. We'll have a take damage function which will get called by the enemy. And we'll get that to, what should we have that do? We'll pass in how much damage it inflicts on the player, because I've got to have the bigger enemies inflict more damage and therefore deduct more time. When I say damage, the game jam's all about a time mechanic, and your time, as well as the time to play the level, the time is also your health, so the player doesn't die fully until the time gets to 0. So in the game manager, we'll have a game timer which will be an int, and I think to begin with we'll start it off as 60, and we'll hopefully get to a stage where we can play test it a bit to fiddle with these values. And we'll also need to keep track of the score in here, so we'll set that up as well at the moment. And we'll reset the score here. And we'll just make sure we reset that as well at the beginning of each level. Right, so we've got the enemy moving as we want. The enemy's going to need health, because we're going to need to check when the player hits it with a bullet or itself. I'm thinking that with the level 1 enemies, they'll have a health value of 1, so if the player bumps into them or shoots them, they'll die. but the player won't get the time bonus if they bump into them. They'll just lose time. 2 hours down, 4 to go.
It's just the way I can't keep you honest like you're coming clean. It's just the way you seem to be addicted to leaving me. It's just the way now that I can't sleep at night. Now that you're gone, it's just
So the health, that's going to be an int.
don't know which direction I was coming from.
This is the smallest one, so we will set that. What have I done wrong there? Why am I setting it up again? Right, so we need to set a trigger up on this. On body entered.
Can't stop yourself from coming over. It's just the way I know you have two devils on both of your shoulders. It's just the way now that I am. Now that you're lonely, I know you love me like to the silence.
Right, we need to add the player to a group. We'll add the enemy to a group. So back to the script. On body entered. What we will then check is if that body is in the group player. I never get why this doesn't auto-complete all the time. Did I give that a capital P or not? I try and normally keep everything lowercase, but I seem to think I might have given it a capital P, yeah. To keep things consistent project to project, I don't start making mistakes as much. So on play body entered, if body is in group player, player has this take damage script which wants a damage value passing to it. Pass that damage value in that. So let's check that that actually fires. So print so hopefully when that hits the player it'll print a 1 down here in the output. It printed 0, so it got called. Oh, because I never actually set the value of it, so that's fine. One, yep, so cool, that's passing that value through, so that's working. So what we want to do is set can take damage to false. So first of all we need to check that if it can take damage. If can take damage, we'll set can take damage to false. We will give this a timer that we can trigger. Call it the take damage timer. We will set the timeout on that. When that times out, we'll set it back to true, so the player can take damage. Actually, I'm not going to do it that way. So can take damage false. Right, the player, let's give it some animations. So we'll have a moving animation, which for now can just purely be frame one of the sprite. Nothing else. We will then have a hit animation. Which will again have this frame of the sprite. No, what it will have is the visibility. So it'll be visible. Zero point 0.2. It will then not be visible. And visible. Not visible. Visible. We will add another flash in there. Not visible. Finish it off being visible. Add a call method. And we want to call set can take damage true. So that I'll call this and set that back to true. Which means the player can take damage again. So we'll be reducing the timer there. When the player takes damage, they can only take damage then. We also need to play that animation. The start of the level, we'll set it to that. So it takes damage. If it can, it sets that to false. Plays a hit animation which flashes it and then sets take damage to true. Let's see if that works. Did I not reset that to showing at the end of that animation? No, I didn't. Set the visibility back on at the end. Try again. Flashes. Right, that all seems good. Right, let's check how to create a random number. Right. So let's randomly set the direction of this. Enemy. Can I do that as -1? Right, that'll probably give me. Not sure whether that gives me a 1 and a 2 or just a 1. Let's have a look. Generates London into not. I think that should give me a 0 or a 1. Let's check. So we got a 1. We got a 1. Is it gonna? Yep, and a 0. So yep, that just give me a 0 or 1. So
This is for you and all the things that we've been through. I know you're wrong about the last time that we ever spoke aloud. Don't let your own
so if it's 0, it should then go left. If it's a 1, it should go right. So it's going right. See how many times it takes us to get it to go left. And it goes left, so right, that's cool. So now what we need to do is spawn these monsters at the enemies at the top of the screen. So what I will do is I'll do a similar way to I did to the bullet spawner. What did I have in the bullet spawner script? I suppose I could use that. No, I'll do a separate one. We'll call that enemy spawner. It's going to be the same sort of thing as that in the level, apart from instead of enemy 1, enemy 1, So the level itself will always spawn the smallest version of the enemies. So I need a timer. Yeah, we will use a timer this time. Enemy spawn timer. Auto start. I'm going to make it one shot and we'll manually restart it each time with a random time scale. So it doesn't, not going to have it spawn an enemy every, say, 2 seconds. I'll do it maybe every 1.5 to 3 seconds or something like that. So I'm going to pop that under there just to keep it a little bit neater, this scene. Let's connect the timeout on that to the level script. I might change that to, does that need to be that, or can I change that to be a position 2D? Enemy spawner, time's out. Trying to work out a nice way of doing this. So enemy 1 equals enemy 1 instance. It's a kinematic body 2D. The direction will be set in the actual enemy. Add child enemy 1. Enemy spawner, top global position. between 1.5 and 3. 0.5. Which will make that a little bit longer. 2 to 4. Change all these values as we actually get a fully working game and I can start play testing it. So that, and then we're going to play this timer. Change that because that'll give us a float we need. So if we get rid of that enemy from the scene, I'm hoping that every 2 to 4 seconds we'll get an enemy spawning. Wait a minute. Rand F ranged for a float. So 3, 2, 1. One enemy spawns. Another enemy spawns. Player can take damage. They're going in different directions. So next up, so we spawn in a random enemy level 1 all the time. So when it goes off the bottom of the screen, I need enemy 1 to then get destroyed and spawn an enemy 2 at the top of the screen. So let's make some enemies 1s and 2s. 2s are 3s and 4s so we can carry on with this. So we'll duplicate that and call it enemy 2. We'll duplicate that, call it enemy 2. Really should use in, I made a class name because they got to be so similar these, but I'll stick with what I'm doing for now. So enemy 2 scene. Disconnect that script. Add enemy 2 script to it. So this is going to have a higher damage value of 2. Everything else should stay the same with it. Apart from the scene. So enemy 2 is slightly bigger, so it gets that shape, which means the hitbox needs to be slightly bigger. And I think visually that should be the only differences. Bigger, it's got a different sprite. Its own health is going to be higher as well. Right, so let's now do the logic for when that goes off the bottom of the screen. So enemy 1. Create a function to deal with this bottom of the screen stuff. So when it gets to the bottom of the screen, bottom of screen. So if global position dot y is greater than let's work this out because it's the origin's at the bottom of it, and I think it was 1612, so this one will be 360 plus 12 at 372. Basically want to destroy it, but also we need to create a signal then to spawn an enemy 2 at the top of the screen. So enemy 2 seen. So let's have a look. Did I added an enemy spawner, didn't I? So that needs a script. This music, I'm sure it's meant to be random and there's meant to be 400 tracks, but it seems to be playing the same ones. Let's have some chill music for a bit. Right, so the enemy spawner, that's going to behave very similar to the bullet spawner. So for now, I'm going to copy all that in. It saves me having to remember how everything works. At the minute it's listening to the wrong signal and everything, but that doesn't matter. Let's cut and paste that. We'll call this spawn enemy 2. It's going to take an enemy 2 and it's going to get the location. No, it doesn't need that. To be honest, I can make this generic for spawning each of the extra enemies. Now if we go to enemy spawner, connecting to that, on spawn enemy, all it's going to get is a packed scene because it's going to be spawned at the location get rid of that from there, 'cause actually thinking about it, it's going to get past the direction as well, because I want them to keep going in the same direction. So if it goes off going left, I want it to appear going left, just for consistency if the player's watching what's happening. So that is going to take those two things. Actually, in the enemy script, that's where I do the direction. Tell you what, I'm going to pass that direction through, but at the minute I'm not going to do anything with it. I'll see how it plays as to whether I have time to mess about with. Any position just equals the global position of the spawner, so that should. So we need to pass in the enemy at the direction. Signal enemy direction. On spawn enemy on spawn enemy. So let's just copy this just for ease of remembering how to do stuff. Enemy 2. Enemy 1, sorry. In enemy 2 it should be enemy 3 that will be passing, that should be in enemy 1. So we'll be passing enemy 2. We'll pass through the direction even though we're not going to do anything with it at the moment. Just so it's there for the future. I suppose with me having separate ones, enemy 2 doesn't have to actually do this randomization. So I can use this direction like I was planning. Did it have a capital? No. So I think that should now, when an enemy goes off the bottom, if I've done that right, we should get the next higher level enemy spawning at the top. So let's see. No, we don't. Oh, yeah. I copied that from the bullet, didn't I? Approaching the halfway point. Right, we are getting not sure why they're coming in where they're coming in. Because the enemy spawner is there. So why are they not dropping down from that point? Might be something that I fix later if I get time again. Right, I'm thinking of passing the last position in of the last X position in of the enemy that's gone off the bottom, passing that in so that then it spawns at the same place And maybe just slightly lower, so right. Enemy 1. Manager. Location. We'll pass the location as well. Enemy spawner. That is now expecting a location as well, which will be a vector 2. Here's location. Now what we'll pass through is a vector 2 built from the global position.x, and we'll set the y ourselves to be 0 because the origin's at the bottom, so give that a try. So let's keep track of where this disappears off the bottom of the screen. I think what it is, global position X. 0 on the Y. So it's getting the enemy location direction. So the global position X. Position 0, 0. Spawn enemy. Is that it? Nope, that's completely broken it. At least it was, they were spawning before. Spawn enemy, on spawn enemy, pack scene. Nope, they've totally stopped spawning. Flip that back to that. In the level script, we will right, that's back to spawning them in the middle. That's what we want. Wait a minute, it looks like that signal isn't even getting called now, so what have I broken with that? Enemy 1. Spawn enemy. Surely that didn't break it, we're just having the things in the wrong order, but it probably has. Yay, it's working again. So I noticed a few more people have dropped in viewers. I'll go through quickly what I'm doing. I'm doing a 6-hour game jam. It's a game jam called Gaming 6, which is going to be every few weeks. This jam's going to be run. You'll have 6 hours to create a game. the theme for this one is it's got to have a mechanic relating to time in the game. The game that I'm making, I'll get this up again so you can see. You've got the player who can jump, move about, fire. You've got these enemies that come from the top of the screen. When they go off the bottom, they reappear on the top as a more powerful enemy. The time mechanic that I'm going to work in, you start off with 60 seconds. You fire your gun, it knocks an extra second off than the normal countdown every second. If you kill an enemy, a level 1 will give you some seconds back. I'm not sure how many yet. Well, that's to be decided. The higher level enemies, they'll give you more seconds, so it's a good idea probably to let them get bigger, but also when they get bigger they'll be harder to hit. And if you get hit by an enemy, obviously there where you flash, then you'll lose a chunk of your time. So it's to try and get the highest score whilst keeping some time to actually be able to play. So that is the basic premise of the game. Right, so now we've got that enemy working, we will create the other 3 enemies and get those set up correctly. So we will duplicate enemy 2. Call that enemy 3. And duplicate the enemy 2 script. So the enemy 3 sprite, again, slightly bigger enemy. Just increase the size of the hitbox to match it. The enemy 3 script. For now we'll give it a health of 3. Damage of 3. I think that's all I need to update in there. Actually, so enemy 1 has enemy 2 as a pack scene, enemy 2 has enemy 3 as a pack scene. I need to add that in here. And the function. So enemy 2's got a value of 2. It's got the pack scene of enemy 3. It passes enemy 3. Enemy 2 was slightly bigger though, so it'll need to be a slightly larger value when it's off screen. It was 16 pixels more, 4 pixels more, so 376. So I think that is enemy 3 working. Let's check that. Nope. What have I broke? Can't preload resource of path enemies, enemy 3 scene. Why not? I had this the other day when I was working on something. It refused to import stuff until I shut Godot down and opened it again. Right, let's close it down and I'll see if that fixes it. Just one more try with all scenes saved. Nope. Right, let's reopen Godot. Right, I'm getting an error. Couldn't load external resource, enemies, enemy 2 3D. What have I broke? Oh, I think I know what it might be. Enemy 2. That's that. Yep, I had the wrong script on. So we've now got 3 different types of enemy spawning, so that's good. Let's add the 4th one in. So duplicate that one. Call it 4. Duplicate that. Call that 4. Load that scene. Remove the script. Add the script. So let's first sort out enemy 3. It's going to be the same as enemy 2, apart from things are going to be slightly different. Enemy 4. That's a nice flow. Oh, cheers, Rafili. How are you? You a Godot developer? Or you're just interested in game dev in general? Free. Now the script for 4's got to be identical because there isn't a 5th enemy type, so that'll spawn a 4. Hobbyist Godot dev. Cool. I'm relatively new to Godot. I've used it on and off for about 12 months, but since the new year I've decided to commit to using it full time. Because I was sort of flip-flopping between Godot and Construct 3, because I'd used Construct 3 for nearly 8 years now, and I always got to the point that when I found something difficult in Godot, I decided I'd go back to Construct, so I'm trying to just stick to Godot this year. So I've started a long-term project, Space Miner, and I'm just trying to enter a few jams just to force me to learn various things with the engine. Right, so that should work. So did we change the sprite on 3 to yeah, so sprite 4. I started on Godot to learn how to code and ended up staying to try and make some game. Yeah, it's a really nice engine to use. I'm really enjoying it, and things are starting to click now, so I'm glad I'm sticking with it this time. Sprite for enemy. Is that enemy 3? Oh, I've not changed the name. Sprite enemy 4. Yeah, so this is just a small game jam. Don't know whether you were here when I explained what I was doing in the game. I'm happy to go over it again if you weren't here, Rafili. I'll double check that on ready thing that you've mentioned, Rafili, because that does ring a bell as being right, although it is working, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's fine doing it this way, to be honest. We'll leave it as that anyway. Right, let's check we've got this working. So that's the bigger ones coming. Next size. And finally the last ones. And those continue being that size, so that's I think what I may need to do is limit the amount of things on screen. I know you will have to choose to shoot them, but it may be that I'll limit them. Because I think as usual I might be making a game here that's way too hard, which I do have a tendency to do. Right, 2 hours 42 left. I think what I'm going to add on next is could probably do with getting a display of the actual timer on screen to sort of help with debugging, and also the collisions for the player's bullet. I'll do the player's bullet first. So, player's bullet scene. So it's on the player layer. I need it to collide with enemies. So we'll do it to collide with the kinematic body of the enemy. So body entered. Check if it's in the enemy's group. Let's check that works. So when a bullet hits the enemy now, we should see that printed out. So that hits the enemy. So if it hits the enemy, what I need to add to these enemies is a take damage function. I'm not having any power-ups for the player's gun, so that will always, it doesn't need any value passing through. Forgot the void. So health minus equals 1. I'll destroy it if health is less than that. Bullet. And we'll destroy the bullet as well when it hits it. So that should only at the minute work on these smaller bullets. Yep, so that's destroyed it. Right, let's add that same logic to all of the that's got an enemy 2. And that's enemy 4, which we will increase the damage to 4. At this point, it's where I need to add onto the timer as well. So I think to make things easier for editing stuff later, I'm going to add a load of global variables in to control the different damage values for the enemies. Yeah, the health and the damage I'll then at least I can change these without having to keep going into all the different scripts. I'm just thinking of saving time towards the end of the jam, which is rapidly approaching. spelled that wrong in all the... Enemy 2. We've not got a ready function in there. Enemy 3. And enemy 4. Just means now I can update those nice and easily when I'm getting stressed in the final part of this jam. Right, so we've got player bullets destroying the enemies. We'll add score value for these so we can update the score when they get killed. I'm not putting these in the global one because I'm going to stick with the scores for these. Probably 40 for a 4, 30 for a 3 and things. And 10. Right, now what we need to do is when they're destroyed, is update the score. Same in 2. Are you working on any game in particular, Rafili, at the moment? Have you got any project on the go? I'm trying to make a space shooter. Cool. I'm working on a space mining shooty type game at the minute as my main project. I've only been working on it since the beginning of the year and I've not worked on it for the last couple of weeks because I'm doing this jam and I did the Godot wild jam. So far I've 2 enemies, but it's hard thinking of new ones. So is it like a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up, or Godot wild jam's lovely? Yeah, I submitted a game, but it was in quite an incomplete state. I'd hoped to get quite a few more features in than I got in, but so I'm going to this next week on stream probably add the stuff that I wanted to add into that. Did you enter the last Godot wild jam? Right, so not this one. Last I did was the uncontrollable growth. Yeah, this is the first one I've actually entered, but I'm hoping to enter most of them this year. to help with learning this a lot better. Have you got a link to the game you're working on, or any of your games? Because if you have, I'm quite happy for you to share that in chat if you want anyone to take a look at you, if you've got an itch page or anything. But really, is a reason not to extend the enemy script? There isn't really. It's more just I've gone down this route and I've only got such a short amount of time, so I think I'll probably just shouldn't need to do a great deal more in that script, those scripts now. So I'll probably refactor it after and extend it. Right, level. I'm probably on the stream, going to stream about another half hour, get to the 2 hours to go point, and then take a break for a bit, and I'll probably stream again this evening, maybe 8, half 8ish. All links have this Game Jam one. Let's have a look at that. Welcome. Cool. I will take a look at that after the stream, and I'll follow you on it so I can keep a track on what you do. I like to see what other Godot developers are up to.
About appeasing the crowd. Rather,
Right, let's quickly try and get the score displaying. So I've done very little UI stuff, so I think it's a control node, is it, we have to add in?
study our perception of self.
How did I do it for the Godot Wild Jam?
Necessarily a thing you achieve.
Because that was the first time I've done any UI stuff, and
Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive toward. This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water. Be like water.
I can't find where I've used it before. I'm sure it's control. Or did I do it as a canvas item? I think I did it as a canvas item. Is that a label? Score label and time label. Right, how do you set fonts on labels? Do I need to have the font in the file? Google how to do this. Right, let's find the font that I'm using. I presume I have to add the font into the... I've got to go now. Good coding. Cheers, Rafili. Thanks for dropping by. Hope to see you again at some point. I'll be streaming the end of this game, I'll say this evening, but appreciate you dropping by and chatting a bit. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Right. Let's add this font into the game. So let's create a folder for fonts. Let's try some different music because this is awful. Try a bit of indie. Right, so we've got a font now in the project. So a new dynamic font, expand it, font, drag that in. And then same for the time label. I might end up having the score displayed in the middle of the screen, but I think for now I'll just put it at the time and the score at the top. So how do I set the value? Right, so give the UI a script. And then in process, Time. What did I call it? Game timer. Oh, but those are ints, so I'll need to cast them to strings. So we've got a score. Let's see if we can score some points. Point scoring's working. $30. We're going to get more points for the bigger one. Right, that bigger one. Ah, wait, yep, the bigger ones take more to hit. So the damage is working as well, that's reducing. So what I now need to do is every second reduce the value on that timer. So we'll add another timer node. One shot. We won't auto start it, we'll start it. Wait. No, it works. It'll pause it when it's paused, so that's good. Game countdown timer. So let's hook that up to the level, and every second when that times out, I did do it every second, or it starts. Game time minus equals 1. So that should now count down. Every second. Right, I don't want that set as one shot, do I? I want it to keep repeating every second. So we've got the countdown working, the score working, things destroying, the enemies are all spawning correctly. Getting into a good place for this. It's going to be a lot fiddling about probably the last half hour, 40 minutes with different variables to balance the game a bit. It's looking a bit red and browny this level. I'm just going to have a look through the palette I chose and maybe choose a different colour for that tile sheet. So what colour did we have? We've got dark background. Actually, we'll just open the one that's in Godot to save me cutting and pasting the file between them. It's a little better, maybe just not quite as bright a colour. Go with that one, I think that'll be fine. Right, something's broken Godot. It's not letting me click on anything. Let's quit and start again. Game in 6.
How am I gonna get over this?
Yep, that's looking better. Yep, happy with that. I think I'm going to slightly slow the speed of these enemies down because they're a little bit quick. So that's 100. Let's check that. Yep, they feel better. I think what I'm going to do is limit the amount of enemies that can be on screen. So we will, in Game Manager, max enemies on screen. Because we want to allow the player to let them get bigger so that they can get a bigger time boost. But if we're just pumping out the smaller enemies constantly, it's going to soon get impossible. So maybe we'll set that as 20 for now. Right, I presume there's probably a way to count the number of instances of a group. So let's have a look for that. If not, I'll manually keep track of it.
Tell me life is a crime, I'm done being sad all the time. Please tell me that
Right, yes, there is a way of doing it. I've always tracked stuff like this manually, but might as well take the time to look up things properly. So we'll do it here where we're spawning the new ones. So it's get tree dot get nodes in group enemies dot size So if get rid of enemies is greater than the max enemies on screen, sorry, it's less than, not greater than. So we'll only spawn it at 20, but just to test this out, we'll limit it to 5 so I can just quickly count on screen. So we should only get 5 enemies spawning.
She wakes up, he's sleeping, and tears are drying on her sheets. No place can redeem her. The words are dying on her teeth, but it's just the latest in a string of incidental fears. She's
So we should never get any new little ones spawning after these.
We all lie to ourselves.
That seems to be working fine.
Quickly, the sunlight in his coffee's face. His spirit is broken. There's shards of her filling the space. That timing so perfect.
Yep, that's all working fine.
Without a trace, a bitter reminder that permanent is total waste. If we all lie, we all lie to ourselves. And if we all lie, we all die by our.
Right, so now we've got to the point where we count down to 0. Probably a good time to add in the game over state. So let's open the level.
Speak now in silence. There's awkwardness just palpable, and bitter is gone now. There's nothing here but all the wrong, and I don't believe you when you say it's all okay.
I'm going to add a pause function as well as the unpause one.
We all lie to ourselves. And if we all lie, we all die by ourselves.
Let's check that still works. No reason why it shouldn't. Nope, that works fine.
Honestly, I never wanna see your face near again. He said it, well he meant it. Honestly, honesty, I never wanna be.
So pause now. We'll add a process function in, and if game manager Game timer gets to 0. We want to pause everything. And what we also want to add in is similar to what we've done with the level start countdown, is added something else in that is still processed during when paused. So do we want to do this in here or? Add a canvas layer for the game over message. We'll add that sort of faded background into this as well. Copy the score labeling, I think. So if I copy the score label, do I want to copy that? Maybe I will. We'll get just a basic game over. .640 by 360. Get that font again. Change the canvas size. Save that. SyncerX TTV, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Right, so we'll add a game over Sprite to the screen in a minute. Level assets, we'll add that in. create a new folder for it. Open in File Manager. Let's copy that in and get this showing. How much more you complete? I'll show you where I'm up to with the game. I've got just under 2 hours left. I've got most of the mechanics in. A lot of it's got to be sort of just adding sounds and sort of balancing the gameplay. I'm just adding game over in at the minute, but you've got time at the top. You can add time by killing things, but you also lose time by shooting. You lose time when you get hit by things. You've got to score as much as you can before the timer gets to 0. This is all for, don't know whether you've been about for a while, but it's for this Gaming 6 game jam. So it's a 6-hour jam, just running for today. Currently 19 joined, we've got 2 entries in already. The theme's time, it's got to have a mechanic based around time, so hence the score. So I'm hoping that I can get it finished. Reclue, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated and welcome. Right, so when it gets to 0, I want to... That needs to have a process. Let's just lower this timer for now so I can test this logic out. Game timer 10 seconds. Game overlay needs a script. I believe in you, cheers. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to probably call that it for the stream for now and then carry on in another few hours. Because I'm getting to the point where I could probably do with something to eat. So what we'll do, we'll find somebody, I'll stop this timer. Wherever my timer controls are. I've got it somewhere. So that should be the timer pausing. No, the timer's not pausing. Well, remember it was 1 minute 56 when I said I was stopping. So thanks everybody for dropping by. Thanks for the new follows. We'll go raid somebody else that's actually taking part in this jam. Styx Media. He's probably at a similar point to me, maybe slightly further ahead, but I know he's doing it all in one go, so I'll probably still have a couple of hours of stream left. So, as I say, thank you very much for dropping by everybody and chatting, and I will hopefully see you on future streams, and we'll go see what Styx Media's up to.